Welcome back to this second day of the second international edition of the International Workshop on Skills and Competencies for the Mining Industry of the Future. I hope you enjoyed yesterday the keynote speakers who give us the opportunity to learn about many important aspects of how the skills are going to change in the future to meet the demands that the industry is going to ask for. Yesterday, among other aspects, they showed us that we are heading towards what we call Industry 5.0. We all know that, we are all aware of that, but probably the question could be, are we ready to leave out our privacy or to have under our skin some sensors, detectors? Probably not. Europe is going towards this Industry 5.0 concept, but it's following its own way, the European way to develop the Industry 5.0, meeting this dual transition, what we call the green and digital transition at the same time. Under the European perspective, we are what we call Industry 5.0. Yesterday we knew that it's a vision of innovative industry, resilient, social-centered, with a very special focus on human beings, competitive, but at the same time respectful with diversity and with the planet. So under the European vision of this Industry 5.0 concept, we could learn that it's mainly, let's say, human-centered, among other aspects, human-centered. And I was happy to hear also that one of our speakers reminded us that Charles Darwin mentioned only the species that are able to adapt to the change will survive. Probably it's a good starting point for today, for this second part of the international workshop, because we are focusing on mining industry, and for us mining industry is a different industry. It's true, but shares, as I mentioned yesterday, a lot of common aspects with the rest of the industries. All what surrounds us comes from raw materials. Everything that provides our way of life, our quality of our life, comes from raw materials, and we can't forget this subject. So mining industry is a different object, is a different industry, yes, but at the same time, mining industry is going to develop, to probably reinvent the way we operate mines, the way we obtain the raw materials we need. For the mining industry, probably the greatest impact will not come just by importing business solutions, importing technologies, but embedding those different technologies into a very specific solution for a particular mine. So what we are going to see in the future, the future is now, we could say, is that the development of the raw materials industry, and particularly from the mining industry and the metals industry, is not just a question of technology. It's about inventing solutions by integrating those technologies and developing new ways of doing the business. Yesterday, I also wanted to highlight the importance of the moment in which we live. The world's population is rising. Sorry. Yeah. The world's population is rising. We are close to 10 billion people in the planet. all with the same demand of raw materials. And all of them wanted to reach the same developing capacity. At the same time, after the signature of the Paris Agreement, 70% of the world's GDP is heading for a decarbonization. We set carbon neutrality for 2050 and with very clear limits in 2030. That means that we have to change everything. And this is going to be supported by new technologies that demand new materials, new minerals at the end. So this digitalization that is supporting this change means also a huge diversification of the raw materials that are going to be demanded by industry and at the end by the society, because the industry provides what society demands. So we don't know how the future will be. Some authors write that the future is what you write, what you create. But probably we will not make any mistake if we say that the future will be completely different as what we are thinking now and what we think it could be now at this moment. So this means that those new generation of engineers that we have to train, we can't expect that they will be continue to be trained like the past generations. Probably the new generations of engineers, the new generations of professionals that are going to be demanded by the industry, probably will need to enhance their creativity and innovation because they have to design. Well, first, they will have to conceive new solutions, new business solutions, new products, new applications. They will have a deep knowledge on technology and their capacities, it's true. But also they will have to have the ability to understand those technical issues and how business and social and economy aspects demand the integration of these technologies. They will need to have a broad management of concepts like innovation and entrepreneurship. Particularly, this is an aspect that is focused by EIT RawMaterials Academy, which is the entity that is supporting this project and this event at the end. But also we need, and in deadline, we have to improve the mindset of entrepreneurship. But together with this technological and capacity and all what surrounds the technological capacity, we need also to bring them the capacity to have interrelations between professionals, not only professionals from the same field, but on a broad aspect of this relationship. They need to meet other professions and they need to communicate effectively with other professions to be able to develop these changes. So when we are talking about the new generations of engineers, there's something that will not change. We need to train people to conceive, to design, to implement and construct those new solutions, and to operate them later. And this is something that is going to have the way we do it and the way we achieve a success in training those new generations will be the measure of the success of the capacity building in the raw material sectors of the future. So with all of what I've explained in those past slides, this is what we wanted to bring to the development of this MEITIM project, which is means the Master in Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Technology Integration in Mining. We want to be able to create a master program that takes all of these aspects in considerations, and it will be able to train these new generations of engineers that will have to operate those systems and operate those technology that have been imported to mining industry, but the way that mines and specific companies want to use that technology because they need to remain competitive, they need to remain sustainable, they need to remain acceptable by society. So we need to create new generations with absolutely different skills. And that means that we have to train them differently because they are going to work differently. And this is the object of this workshop. We need to know and put on top of the table all the visions of every one of us about what is the common vision of what is the future we are heading on. We need to see which is the point of view of the students, which is completely different from the point of view of the lecturers, even being in the same place. We need to understand the needs of the companies, and we need also to understand the needs of the stakeholders. For us, this workshop has this aim and is the biggest starting point to develop these new programs. So thank you for participating in this event. Thank you for joining us physically and also online, thanks to internet. And I really hope that you will enjoy and at least find interesting what we will be discussing today. Thank you very much, and see you later, of course.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria Mamelkina and I work as a MEITIM coordinator at LUT University. And I would like to welcome you all to the second day of the workshop. And the second day is devoted to young professionals, mining engineers of the future. And it is a great pleasure to be called professional and still young. Remember about that. And today, before announcing the keynotes, we would like, on behalf of MEITIM project team, to tell you a few words about the course that has been recently developed in the project. And the course name is Entrepreneurship and Career Opportunities in Raw Materials Sector. So the course is ongoing now. It is open online course, but the registration is needed, and it is meant for bachelor students as well as master students. During the course, students are able, we hope, they are able to recognize entrepreneurship and career opportunities in raw material sector. They get the understanding of the primary sector of the raw materials value chain. Also, they apply design thinking tools to enhance the creativity and innovation capacity of engineers. And the course also helps to develop skills and competencies to improve the mindset of entrepreneurship. So basically, you can see from photos that we go online. There are 47 students from Finland, Poland, Spain, and Russia. And next year, we hope to have this course back again. And please follow us and contact us and leave your contacts in YouTube chat if you want to get more information about the course and broadcast it to students or to your fellows. Thank you. And now coming to keynotes of today, the young professionals. I welcome you all. So Lucy Crane, a senior geologist and business developer at Cornish Lithium, she will tell us about geoscientists of the future, necessary skills for green mining professionals. Welcome, Lucy. Then Marta Zygman, a specialist in metal deposit and environmental social governance topics, and an independent consultant. She will tell more about women in mining industry. So welcome, Marta. And Matti Islander, a graduate from EIT labor program. So he will share his experience through the EIT Labeled Master Program. Welcome, Matti, and dear audience, I expect you enjoy very much the talks, the energy, and consider everything that is told today in your future development. Thank you, and enjoy.
Hello. Hopefully you can all hear me. It's a pleasure to be here today and talking to you all. And I've been asked to talk today about the topic of which skills are necessary as the mining industry moves into the next few decades, as we find all of the raw materials for this energy transition. What are the skills that are going to be really crucial to geoscientists? And it's a big topic because, as I'm sure we are all aware, there's a lot of changes coming over the next few decades for the mining industry. But I think proactively thinking about where that industry is going to go, the scale of what the industry has to achieve, means that actually we can try and prepare ourselves and make sure that we are encouraging people with diverse skill sets into the industry and training up people who are already within the industry to be able to meet this challenge in the most responsible way possible. So to start with, I've only got 20 minutes today, and I'm going to stick to that 20 minutes. I want to set the scene initially. What is the scale of this energy transition? How big a task do we actually have in front of us? And then I'm going to talk through the skills that I think are going to be really key over the next few decades to make sure that we are extracting these raw materials as responsibly as possible. If we want to find the raw materials to allow us to facilitate the energy transition because we want to combat climate change, then it's more important than ever to make sure we're extracting these materials as responsibly as possible. So you will probably hear the word responsible quite a lot over the next 20 minutes. And then I'm going to look at the work that the company I actually work for in the UK, a company called Cornish Lithium, I'm going to look at the work that we're doing as an example as to how industry can embrace new technologies, whether that's for exploration, whether that's for extraction of critical raw materials as well. And then finally, bring it all together. So in 20 minutes, we've got a fair amount to cover, but hopefully it will all happen seamlessly. So just to set the scene then, a quote that I'm sure we all know: everything that we use in our daily life has been extracted from the ground in one way or another. It's been grown or it's been mined. And minerals and metals have been vital to human existence for thousands and thousands of years. And ultimately, they all come from the Earth's crust. People are now talking about the fourth industrial revolution. And I think especially in light of the COP26 conference, which has just finished, and I think people have mixed opinions on quite how successful that has been. However, it shows that the energy transition is so vital if we want to combat climate change. We need to move away from our oil and gas, fossil fuel-based economies towards renewable energies. And we need wind turbines, we need solar panels, we need batteries to store this renewable energy at a grid scale. We need electric vehicles instead of combustion engine vehicles. And this is all hugely mineral intensive, this transition to low carbon. We're seeing an unprecedented scale and speed that these novel technologies are being deployed at. But if you take into account that these are hugely mineral intensive, and we've got global supply chains for all of the building blocks of these low carbon technologies, then at some point there may well be some bottlenecks we see in these global supply chains, whether that's from the fact that we can't produce things fast enough, or if we start to take into account geopolitics and where some of these critical raw materials are found. So the energy transition is going to be hugely mineral intensive. There's a fantastic report that was out from the International Energy Agency earlier this year called The Role of Critical Minerals in the Clean Energy Transition, and it's got some mind-boggling statistics in it, so I totally recommend going to read that if you've got a moment. One of those statistics is that they expect global renewable capacity to grow by over 1 terawatt from 2018 to 2023. That's just 5 years and a 46% increase in that time. An onshore wind plant requires 9 times more mineral resources than a gas-fired power plant to produce the same amount of energy. You require 6 times the mineral inputs to make an electric car than you do for a conventional car. And actually, because the proportion of renewables generating our power these days is increasing, it actually means that the average amount of minerals needed to generate a unit of power has risen by 50% since 2010 as well. So that's all well and good. And actually, if we want to talk about combating climate change, then actually, if we want to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, so keep global warming to less than 2 degrees above what it was before pre-industrial levels, then actually we need to quadruple the mineral requirements for clean energy technologies by 2040. If we want to transition to net zero globally even faster than that, we need to be extracting 6 times more minerals by 2040 than we're extracting at the moment. So if you consider that on average in the mining industry, it takes about 16 years from finding a mineral deposit to actually producing from it, then the industry's got a huge task ahead of it. And then finally, there's a lot of geopolitics associated with where these minerals and metals are being produced. And in certain parts of the world, such as Northern Europe, there's not actually that much mineral production. That isn't necessarily because we've got an absence of mineral deposits, rather the knowledge about the availability of them isn't there. Northern Europe and North America have been quite good at outsourcing our mineral production over the last couple of decades. People don't want to mine in their backyard quite often, this not in my backyard, NIMBY attitude. And so there can be a negative perception of the mining industry as well that we need to tackle proactively and, see what happens. So that's all very well and good, but where on earth are we going to find these raw materials? And that's where I think a huge opportunity lies: exploration. We can ask the question about whether the easy stuff has been found. And actually, there's an argument that we need to start to look deeper undercover. We need to be looking in more remote areas of the world. We need to look for deposits that are lower grade. We need to be able to mine more selectively and extract things more efficiently. So new technologies are going to be so important in this, whether it's satellite imagery and things that help us vector in on mineral deposits on a large scale, or whether it's geophysical techniques and data modeling techniques that allow us to actually visualize what's under the subsurface at deeper and deeper depths. Perversely, we may also need to look closer to home. In the UK, for example, we're now looking to see which mineral resources we have that might be critical to the energy transition, such as lithium and tin in Cornwall. But this also means we proactively need to deal with this not in my backyard attitude. The circular economy is going to become increasingly important. And this is a difficult one because the whole concept of a circular economy is that you eventually design out waste. But obviously, to design out any waste, it means that we need to be stopping any primary inputs. But as populations grow around the world and as technologies change around the world, change and develop, it means that we simply can't recycle everything that's currently in production to meet those future demands, because some of those resources just aren't in production already, aren't in circulation in high enough quantities. So I think it's fair and realistic to say that primary resource production is going to be a key input to the circular economy for the next few years. However, there are huge opportunities within the circular economy. And I think if, as an industry, we can apply circular economy thinking and design from the onset of the concept of a mining project, then there's a huge opportunity here. In exploration, we can embrace technologies to help us explore for things more efficiently. When it comes to actually extracting these raw materials, again, embracing new technologies means we can minimize waste as far as possible. You know, if you've got a copper mine that's producing copper at 1%, which is a fairly high grade for a copper mine now, actually that's still 99% of what you're producing is waste. So can we look at this waste in a different way? Can we form aggregates from it? Are there other materials that we can extract from this waste? Can we use this waste to, you know, can it have an actual economic purpose? Also, thinking about waste is historic waste. So from the mining industry 20, 30, 50 years ago, when head grades were much higher, that historic mining waste could now be a potential resource as well. So we need to look at ways of reprocessing existing waste, for example. There's also the urban mine. There's lots of mobile phones, technology that's sitting around unused in people's cupboards and drawers. How can we make the most of that? How can we turn these into usable products? And then once we've actually produced our mineral ores, can we think more smartly about refining them into usable products for industry? So if we take lithium, for example, rather than just producing a lithium carbonate concentrate on site, actually, with not too much more effort, we can potentially produce a lithium hydroxide battery quality product that then is much more appealing to people who are setting up battery mega factories as a precursor for them to use in battery assembling. So we can potentially think about how we can shorten these supply chains by a little bit more effort on site. And then recycling is going to be so important as well. Can we apply extraction technology from primary extraction to actually extracting the metals from their end-of-life products? Can we combine primary production and use, you know, lithium from recycled batteries as a feedstock alongside that somewhere in the process? So there's huge opportunities within the circular economy. ESG stands for environment, social, and governance. And this is becoming so much more important across the mining industry, as it rightly should. So an understanding of this is vital, but actually we also need people who can demonstrate the ESG credentials of a project. How can we actually measure tangible things that can tell us how environmentally responsible, how socially responsible a project actually is? Are we just going to value projects still on the economics of the, you know, the quantity of metal within the ground and the price it's going to cost to extract it? Or are we actually going to look at what the social and environmental impacts of these projects are as well and give that a value? I think that's going to become more and more and more important. Actually, we've seen even over just the last 2 years, investors are now focusing so much more highly on the ESG performance of companies. They don't want to invest in a company that's going to have an environmental disaster or hasn't got a social license to operate, because that's going to be really bad from their point of view. So cynically, from an industry point of view, you've got to be demonstrating your ESG credentials so that you can actually get investment and demonstrate your products. But, you know, if we're extracting these materials because we want to help the energy transition and combat climate change, then actually it's so important to make sure we're extracting them as responsibly as possible. And so scrutiny on mining companies and supply chains is only going to increase. This is, in my opinion, only a good thing for the industry. And one tool to let us understand the actual impacts of a project, at the moment it's very much only the environmental impacts of a project rather than the social impacts, but I think people are looking to develop life cycle assessment tools that can let you look at the social side of things as well. Life cycle assessments are really key. So on the right here, I've just got an example from a life cycle assessment that was done comparing lithium production from different sources and what's the carbon impacts of producing lithium in that way. So the tons of carbon dioxide associated with a ton of lithium hydroxide production. And you can see that from hard rock spodumene deposits, such as those that you find in West Australia, you know, it can have quite a significant carbon impact. From salar type brine deposits that you get in South America, then actually the carbon impact of producing lithium from those is much lower. But actually, if you can produce lithium from geothermal waters, from geothermal brines, then there's actually the opportunity for it to be net zero carbon. So you can use these life cycle assessments as a tool to, from an early stage in a project, map out the different potential development routes for your project and say, oh, if we choose that way, we're going to have a higher carbon impact, but actually our water use is going to be much lower. Or if we do things that way, then actually, although our carbon impact is low, we're also having a huge impact on land use. So it allows you to compare like with like, and it's a really interesting tool, and it's becoming used much more widely within the industry. And there's a company called Minviro who are really leading the charge on this. But it's not just the environmental impacts of things as well. The social impacts of the mining industry are really important. If mining and mineral extraction is done responsibly, then it has the opportunity to contribute in a positive way to all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But responsible really is key. So different projects in different parts of the world will be able to contribute in different proportions to all of these goals. But I think it's something that as we move forward as an industry, we really need to be aware of. And actually people who can understand this and translate it and ensure that at every step we're keeping these goals in mind, that's only going to be a positive thing as well. And then over the last few years, there's been a huge proliferation in data science. Big data represents huge opportunities for exploration, for mineral production, for mine production. It can allow you to automate things throughout a mine cycle. If something breaks down, it can automatically order a new part. You know, I haven't got time to go into this in too much detail here, but I think the oil and gas industry have been a lot better at embracing big data. In the UK, the Oil and Gas Authority, after, I think 2 years after the data has been generated by a company, it has to be given to the Oil and Gas Authority and made public. So they've got these huge, vast data sets that actually can be really key in helping you gather enough data to do machine learning and start to, you know, generate targets for exploration and learn things. I think the mining industry's got a long way to go at the moment for this, because a lot of the data is kind of privately held and it's RIP. So there's a long way to go in the industry for that. But there are projects such as the Deep Digital Cornwall project here in the UK, which is looking at using big data, machine learning to actually help the minerals industry and the geothermal industry down in Cornwall. So those are kind of technical skills, but actually interpersonal skills, we can't underestimate the importance of those. And we can't underestimate the importance of encouraging a more diverse set of people into the mining industry. There's a definition of insanity, which is expecting different results, yet doing the same thing over and over again. If we don't change what we're doing, how are we going to be able to meet the challenges of this energy transition in the most fair and just way possible? You know, there's a huge variety of really exciting careers in geoscience, but in the UK and I think in Northern Europe, we need to attract more students into the sector. At the moment, I think the mining industry is seen as environmentally negative, whereas actually we can't have this energy transition without it. We need to change the narrative about it and portray the minerals industry as actually an environmentally necessary way. So it's a necessary industry for us to have if we want to deliver this energy transition. But also, I think a lot of people have the perception of geoscience in particular that it's walking around with a rock hammer, bashing rocks, whereas actually it isn't just field work. Yes, some of us absolutely love that part of things, but equally it's not for everybody. There's actually now a huge range of roles that you can do that are computer-based that allow you to work remotely. You can work all across the globe in the mining industry. And I think people who are ready to embrace that would be fantastic. Communication is so important. If we can't increase public perception of the industry and increase engagement with it, then all of our jobs are going to be so much harder. But that's external engagement, but you also need internal engagement. You need to be able to talk and understand to your data scientists what they're doing. You don't need to understand all the nitty-gritty of the work that they've done, but if everybody can communicate the high-level goals and outcomes and everybody's working towards the same strategic outcomes, then actually that's so important. I also want to highlight the importance of role models here. And again, coming back to this idea about diversity, you need diverse thought if you want to be able to meet challenges in the most efficient way possible. That means you need people who are from all different backgrounds, different races, different genders, and role models are really important in that. There's a phrase that you can't be what you can't see. If there's nobody ahead of you that looks like you or has a similar background to you, then it's much harder for you to actually visualize yourself in that position. So I think as an industry, we need to proactively promote people from diverse backgrounds. Obviously, they've got to be good, they've got to be the right people, but we need to actually make an effort to do that. It's not just going to happen quickly enough otherwise. And so this is where groups such as the Young Mining Professionals and Women in Mining are fantastic at helping to promote diversity. Now, I've only got a couple of minutes left, so I had put what Cornish Lithium are doing as a kind of case study, and I can go into this in more detail later, but I'm going to flick through this very quickly because I think I've got 2 minutes left. So talk to me afterwards if you want me to go into it in more depth. Basically, we're looking for lithium in Cornwall. This is granite that outcrops. The granite is hot, so that's where there's also the potential for geothermal energy, and you've got lots of mineralized structures. We can embrace technology to allow us to explore more efficiently. There's thousands of years of mining data, thousands of years of history of mining in Cornwall, and lots of paper records. So we can use technology such as Leapfrog to digitally trace over these mining records, and we can turn them into 3D digital models of the geology, the mineralization, and the structures. We can use satellite data. This is a radiometric survey of Cornwall, where you can see that the granites really are these bright hotspots. We can use drones to capture 3D photogrammetry and build 3D virtual models of outcrops that are interesting. And then you can, because you've georeferenced them, you can do virtual reality fieldwork. We're looking at using new extraction technologies to extract lithium, both from the granite itself, from mica deposits, and also to extract lithium from geothermal waters as well. Without the advent of these new technologies, these projects wouldn't be viable. And actually, even 5 years ago, they probably wouldn't have been economically viable. Technology has improved so rapidly. And actually, that means that these projects are looking like actual exciting, viable projects now. So looking forward, we need to transition away from our fossil fuel-based economy if we want to decarbonize and combat climate change. So georesources are crucial in this energy transition. And as geoscientists, I really believe that we have to act as responsible stewards of these resources. Stewardship is a really important word to me. We have the skill set to understand where to find these raw materials. We have the skill sets to understand how to extract them, but actually we need to collaborate with other industries to understand how we can do that better, how we can do it more efficiently, what we can learn from these industries that have potentially been embracing these big data approaches in the past. We need to be open to embracing new technologies. We need to be able to communicate really well, and we need to promote diversity within the industry as well. So to sum up, collaboration is vital. We've got a long way to go, and I think it's a really exciting time to be a geoscientist. So thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I'm just looking here to share my screen. See my screen. Well, thank you for invitation for this workshop. Well, always my biggest weakness was speech, so it's an opportunity to work on that. It's always an opportunity. The contents of my presentation will be, at first, I will tell you my story of laboral life. I will tell you about exploration in Chile, where I spent and worked for 7 years, and about possibilities of looking for work in the industry and in consulting. And then on a bit about topics, I will mention just the topics, the trends, innovation, diversity and inclusion, and ESG. This, I think, Lucy presented very, very carefully. And the last topic will be statistic about women in mining. So my story. I'm Polish. I was graduated as economic geologist at the University of Science and Technology in Poland. I made an Erasmus in exchange in Milan. And straight after the university, I went for my first job to Chile. It was 2011. I didn't speak Spanish. I had two-way ticket to Chile. I mean, I could always go back in any time. My first months in Chile were about learning. Where it was learning language, the new language, the new culture for me. I had a jet lag for a few weeks, I think. I had to learn how to work in different country, because at first it was totally different. I'm geologist, and so it was totally different geology, the regional geology. At my university, we didn't have Chilean geology, and different types of rocks, of deposits. I had to get used to work in the shifts and everyday travel to work, and I had to learn how the industry is, how the geologist is working in the industry. I mean, there is of course production exploration, but there are the sectors that are cooperate between each other. I mean, human resources, production, metallurgy, chemical laboratory, the supply chain, and so on. And after 1 year, I think, I started to figure out what I really like to do. And it was always exploration in the mining, more than production. And after 3-4 years, I started to develop my skills as a project manager too. And then I came back to Poland. And it was, yes, I came back to Poland, and it was very useful to find a work here. I mean, the skills that I learned abroad were very useful. I mean, languages and this that you can understand another culture. And I started to search work in consulting, in industry, or even the academic possibilities. There are many possibilities to start work. And actually, I'm working for in the finance consulting in banking company, because finance world always inspires me since many years, and this is what gives me energy now. And I think it's quite related to the exploration world, when you have to be when you have to know what is going on in the market tendencies, how they cooperate, dependencies, I mean market dependencies. And actually I'm working as global network manager for the finance industry. And just want to say that career path is never a straight line, and changes are good, and it's always life is always giving different opportunities, and we have to use them, we have to adapt, and we have to learn new skills, and this is great. I think it's like a circle, as I draw here, that it's always going back to education, to soft skills, to learn from senior people, and to learn new things. Yes. Exploration in Chile, where I spent 7 years. Well, Chile is the biggest producer of copper in the world. It's 18 million people country in South America. They have huge deposits of lithium, zinc, molybdenum, gold, silver. And the industry is, well, possibilities for geologists there are divided into production or exploration usually. Not only, yes, you also have metallurgy, supply chain, procurement parts, and so on, but you can work in any of them dependent from your preferences. So my work was on shifts, like working 5 days and going back for 2 days home, or working 7 days and going back for 7 days home, or 8x6, 14x14. There are different shifts to work on these projects in the industry. The terms of project were very different. I mean, we had projects from 3 months or 12 months or 2 years or only 2 months. They were quite different. It's always about networking and knowing not only people, but knowing what is going on in the industry and searching for new opportunities. I was working a lot in terrain and also in the office, yes, but terrain work was with this typical geological tools that you have to use. It's a work in the mountains, like 3,000-5,000 meters above the sea level. So the conditions sometimes are difficult. Often, sometimes you get used to it, or you just choose the office work. Sometimes you can mix it, depend from your preferences or from stage of your life. In the office work was more about project management and also using the tools like AutoCAD, Vulkan, LeapFrog, Surpak, or analyzing the satellite data. These things are, it's very important to learn them. If you know one of those tools or many of them, for sure it's very helpful to find work. And well, later I became, after, as I said, 3 or 4 years, I became a project manager for exploration programs, and also I had to learn how to negotiate with the people, with agriculture regions, about legal aspects for opening the new exploration, new projects, yeah, to bring machines there, or even to send the helicopter to make some studies, some geophysical studies. We had also negotiations with native nations. I always try to participate in conferences to keep this networking and to try to find new possibilities to know people and to be on time with the market. Then I had a small team. Yes, also the transition of processes. I mean, there are many companies which cooperate with the mining industry. Like I was working for the government and doing the transition of the processes from the mining industry into the government. And it's also very important to keep your work-life balance during, especially I think, first years of your work, because it's about that you start to have passion for this. You want to be good. You start to like it. You want to grow, but still, I think it's very important to remember about your family, about your passions, and to find this balance between all of that. I know that it's in first years, it's very difficult, but then you start to figure out how to do this. And Chilean exploration is, yeah, at first I had to know, to get to know the regional geology and types of deposits, types of rocks, of alterations, dependencies between them. I mean, between porphyry deposits, vein types, skarn types of deposits. Get to know how to map the drill course and what is the connection between the rocks, you know, there. And this was very, very interesting part of the work of exploration in the country, which is like a paradise for geologists, I think. It's in the middle of the desert. The deposits are in the north part of Chile, and this is it's really in the middle of the desert. I mean, it's difficult for life, for this work-life balance, but still a great opportunity to learn, to grow. And I have many friends also who for whom this is the stable work since 15, 20, 30 years, and they are doing it very well. Well, about where to search a work as a geologist and in the mining industry. I'm showing here only industry and consulting, but there are many in other sectors where to find a great work. It's in range of roles, like in the chemical laboratory, the academic career, the IT. It's very important to know programs, the supply chain. If people are good in statistics, in mathematics, it's also very, very helpful. It's always about what do you enjoy to do. Yes. And here on the left, I put the graphic from McKinsey. I think they put it in. They made this studies this year, and it's about why women are joining the mining industry. And the first reason you can see is the variety of work. Because mining industry, as I said before, is bringing a lot of possibilities, range of roles. Yes, as I mentioned, and as Lucy also mentioned, and also the growth opportunity. So you can advance quite fast. Remuneration too. It's good paying job. Yes. Opportunity to travel. This I think is my case. It's the case with that it's something that gave me the opportunity to travel. This education. Coincidence and new people in industry, or even if you live in the city, yeah, which is close to the mine, or your family is working for the mining industry, I think it's something that it's familiar for you. About consulting, well, consulting world is a big and beautiful world. There are three main companies, the big three or big four. Yes, it's McKinsey & Company, it's Bain & Company, and Boston Consulting Group. All three of them are here in Poland. You can even work online. There's Accenture too. I think it's about visiting the websites and to see what is for you at first. So what set of skills do you have and want to develop, in which direction you want to grow? And remember that it's always changing. I mean, you are changing, and maybe in 5 years more you want to grow in totally different direction, then it's okay. It's even better because changes are bringing the opportunities. And yeah, on the website of the companies, there's description of teams, of departments, of RawMaterials, of natural resources, metals, energy department, sustainability. There is also the description of the recruitment process, which is quite difficult, but very interesting. I think the best is to get, at first, to get an insider. I mean, there are recommendation programs for the company. If you know somebody from inside, he can explain you. I mean, from the department, this person explain you how the department works, and how the recruitment process works. Of course, you can find it also on the website, but it's always better if somebody from inside can tell you. You can even just ping the person on LinkedIn, the person that you don't know but want to ask. I think it's totally okay, and you have to be brave. Yeah. yeah, to search in your potential department, as I said, what projects they do, to prepare what they are doing now, what is going on, and what stakeholders do they have. The recruitment process is about personal experience and about business case. So you have to practice a lot business cases and to fight with your weakness. I mean, like for me, it's about speaking, and it's good to grow and to make steps ahead to the front. Yes, and top mining companies. On the left, I put the mining companies globally, and on the right are the main companies in Europe. So the recruitment processes to the industry are a bit shorter, I think. All the information is on the website or even in LinkedIn. And it's also about networking. So it's good to know what projects are doing these companies, where they work, and just go. Yeah, it's good to go to the website, and it's also good to know in which direction you want to work. I mean, I was always in love with copper, gold, and silver, and this was my direction for many years. Now it's finance. Yes. It's important to be on a day with topics which are on the top. I think Lucy told us a lot about that. So I will just mention them. They are important because it's not only about your education, but also about your laboral interests. So if you can say a few words about something, if you can search the information about this, it's very important, especially during recruitment processes and later for you when you work, when you want where to work. And it helps to find the dream jobs. Yeah. So I'm just saying here about the innovations, autonomous operations, about cloud services, the digital transformation, market trends. I mean, the market dependencies, how the geopolitical changes are impacting to the mining industry. So it's all the information about prices, about changes of the prices. It's all connected. And environmental, social governance, sustainability, and to check news from the industry, like on mining.com or from your country, to be with to see this news. Yes, and it's good to know about risks which are ongoing in the mining industry. Like about the commodity prices risk, about the global trade war. If these topics are interesting for you, if you go deeper, diving deeper, then you will have the new opportunity. And which will be the key risk for mining and petals and in 2021. Here's why and case the source. So the main issue is environmental, social governance, the problems with COVID-19, supply chain distribution. There are a lot of problems of materials, tensions. So the political side, the Chinese slowdown. Resource nationalism and these topics. And it's important also to remember about your soft skills. We are all technical people and sometimes we forget about them. I mean, to learn how to communicate properly, how to solve the problems, and how to be a leader, how to create responsibility, integrity. It's you can make some courses about this, but I think it's also about this just observing and making some good things in your life. In the future, if you give, it always return. Yes. Statistic about women in business. Yes, business is growing and it's becoming more and more inclusive place for women. There are more and more women who are leading the especially small and medium-sized business. And globally, women represent 38.8% of laboral force, but only 18% of them are managers and 8% of them are CEO. And here on the left, we can see that the biggest number of managers is in East Asia and Latin America. This is very interesting and it's so good. On the right, we have the statistic for Europe. So Latvia and Bulgaria have the biggest number of women in management. And how does it look like for women in mining? So in the mining sector, about 40% of entry-level roles are filled by women, but total number of women in industry represents only between 8 and 17%, depending from the country. For Poland, it's around 10%. In copper, it's around 7% women, yes, in mining. And in New Zealand, it's 8.7%. In Chile, the number is bigger, I don't remember now, but it's around 25 or 30%. So it depends from the country. But what this statistic on the right shows, yes, that with time, women are, mining industry is losing women during the pipeline because of difficulties which are coming because of the difficulties with shift work, with maternity, that it's more and more difficult for women to grow. So I think it's a huge challenge for employers and for the companies, I mean, and also for us, for women, there's a lot to do from both sides to make this number grow. And here I wrote that I just found this phrase somewhere on the internet, that being a successful woman in business means having the courage to own who you are, why you are doing what you do, and how you can apply your vision to positively impact the world. She has achieved balance and perspective in all aspects of her life. On the right is the photo of me in 2011 when I started to work, and it was I had a lot of courage and self-confidence, but totally I had no idea about the work-life balance. And with time, I had to learn a lot about this, and it hurts. And I just want to say that you have to look into all aspects of the life and try to find this balance. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Matti. I recently graduated from the European Mining Course Master's Program, and I'm here to tell you about my experience through this EIT-labeled Master's Program. In this presentation, I will first talk about how I ended up here, so why I want to work in the mining industry, why I chose the European Mining Course as my Master's Program. Then I will reflect a bit on what skills and competencies I gained during my studies, or I think I gained, and then reflect a bit on what I now hope that I would have gained during my studies. So first off, how I ended up here. So here you can see on this slide my career path up to this point. And when you look at the time before the European Mining Course, you may wonder why mining. There's no hints about that anyway. And when I started my bachelor studies in 2016 in energy and environmental engineering, I had very little idea of what I wanted to do when I graduate. I'd chosen this bachelor's track as it was an area where I could work to preserve the environment, which I thought I could build my working career on. Then during my bachelor studies, I started to direct myself towards geoengineering, and I did 2 internships on tunneling projects, which introduced me to rock engineering and rock excavation, topics which I found very interesting. And this was sort of a bridge towards mining as well. So in 2019, I decided to apply for the European Mining Course. I will elaborate on why I applied for this program a bit later. But when I started my master's studies, I was not sure if I wanted to work in the mining industry in the end. I saw that the EMC also gave me an extra option of working in the mining industry, or if I choose to, I can still work in rock engineering projects. Well, during my master's studies, it became more and more clear that I do want to work in the mining industry. And I did an internship at Boliden Kylylahti mine, which was also very motivating and insightful. And then in 2021, so this year, I did my master thesis at Terrafame, which is an open pit mine in eastern Finland. Yeah. So then a few words about what is the European Mining Course for those who may not be familiar with it. It is an EIT labeled, or was, as Fabio told yesterday, that it's not an EIT labeled program no longer, but move on from that. It's a triple degree master's program, so there's 3 universities organizing it. You have Aalto University from Finland, RWTH Aachen from Germany, and TU Delft from the Netherlands. And from Aalto University, you have 2 different schools involved in this master's program. So School of Chemical Engineering, which provides mineral processing studies, and School of Engineering, which provides geological studies and rock mechanics, for example. And this master's program is advertised that it covers every aspect of the life cycle of mineral resources. And I think it did fulfill this promise from the perspective of a mining engineer in the end. So why did I then choose the European Mining Course? Well, when I was making the decision what master's track I would do, I received advertisement for this master's program. And this advertisement included a few videos made with EIT and some websites that gave information on where you can work when you graduate and what can you expect from this master's program. And also the advertisement made me realize the importance of raw material production. As was talked in the first keynote presentation today, the importance of raw material production in the future especially is increasing a lot. I also felt that this this area was neglected in some parts. As in my bachelor studies, I had very little teaching on the mining industry or the raw material production. And most bachelor students in my bachelor's track were going towards energy engineering, as it was the area where you prevent climate change. But as I found out, it's you need a lot of raw materials to make this shift towards more sustainable energy sources. So I found that this was an area where my input could be needed and I could make some difference. Then another reason I chose the EMCs was I wanted to improve my soft skills. I wanted to challenge myself, and I wanted to have some change because I was not 100% satisfied with my bachelor studies and how they were going at the time. Also, I saw that EMC offered a more broad education, which would give me more flexibility in my future working career to do more things, as the working career is a long time. Then EMC also offered a more industry involvement in the studies, so more excursions, more information from the industry towards the students, which I found very tempting in this master's program. And a large thanks to this goes to the EIT support for these master's programs. And the final thing that really tempted me in the European mining course was that a team of students goes through the program together. So you start at Aalto University, you get to know each other already there, then you move on to Germany, and then from there to Netherlands to Delft. And this way you really get to know the people you're studying with, and you can make some lifelong friends as well. And the next slide will illustrate the last 2 points. So this is my EMC cohort visiting the Pyhäsalmi mine in 2019, in October 2019. And there's our 2 Aalto University professors in the orange jackets, and then there are my EMC cohort. And we were a unusually small group. We only had 11 students, and we also only had people from 3 different countries, so Finland, Germany, and the Netherlands. So it was a bit of an unusual EMC cohort and in the diversity matter as well. Yeah, then I would move on to the reflection part. What skills and competencies do I think I gained during my studies? And on the left side on my slide, I've listed topics I think I gained some competency in during my studies. And it's not an exhaustive list. It's more to illustrate that we did go from mineral resource exploration through geostatistics, resource and reserve estimation, to feasibility study stages, how the mining operation progresses from there. How would you start up the mining project? We had a project course in the Netherlands where we needed to consider how would you build a mine site, how would you ramp it up to full production. And then we also had the operational stage, so rock mechanics, mine design, planning, optimization courses, all the things you need when you are working at a mining operation. And finally, even the closure of a mine site came in with the mine waste course, which was very important as well. Of course, I'm no expert on any of these topics, but I think the studies gave me curiosity and motivation and some tools to start learning more about all of these topics, which I think will be very crucial in my future working career and gives me adaptability as well to change my working career in the direction I really want to go in the different parts of the career that's to come. So on the right side of my slide, I've listed some skills that I developed or improved during my studies. And the first one is programming skills. And I think this will be very crucial in my future working career, as programming skills is not just about learning how to code. It's also about learning a new way to solve your problems. How do you formulate your problem so that you can solve it through programming and optimize your own workload a bit? Then project skills. We had one large project during each semester during my studies. So in LUT University in Germany and in Delft, we had one large project. And of course, these project courses were not the most fun at the time because they take so much effort, so much work. But in hindsight, when you look at it, you really learn project management skills, time management skills, prioritization. Where do you put your effort and most of your effort, and how do you make it a cohesive project in some manners as well? And then, of course, teamwork skills were developed. Our groups always changed for each semester, so we didn't get to just work with the same group each semester as well. Then international skills, and what I mean by this is, well, I would say it's mostly the confidence in my English language capabilities. I think I was pretty good at the English language before the EMC, but the fact that you have to speak it makes you more confident. And I don't think I would be here without the EMC giving you this keynote presentation as well. Then soft skills, I do think I improved them during my studies, although not as much as I would have hoped for, because Corona prevented a lot of the events where I really could have practiced these skills as well. And then I received some new perspectives during my studies. And well, first I received a new perspective on how I myself typically solve problems, because when we started the studies, we were a group of students with quite different backgrounds, different background knowledge. So that meant that we had quite different ways of solving problems, and that really made you reflect also on how you yourself solve problems. And then I received a new perspective on the German and Dutch cultures and how these differences in the cultures really affect how the education is undertaken in each of these countries. So then, in hindsight, what would I change in the European Mining Course Master Studies if I could now go back in time and change anything from it? Well, the first thing that pops into my head is, of course, all the excursions events I missed because of Corona. But that's just an unfortunate happening that you can't do nothing about. So move on from that. In course contents-wise, I think the European Mining Course was a good cohesive package in a way. And I would not go about changing any specific course or that in that matter. But I also asked the opinions of my peers about what they would have liked to learn more on during their studies. And I got very different answers from different parts of the life cycle, different stages of the life cycle of mineral resources. Someone wanted to maybe learn more about the exploration stage. Someone wanted to learn more about the operational stage. And this made me think that having some elective courses in the studies would be very good, as different students have different interests during the studies and that develop during the studies as well. Because as the EMC currently is, we had a determined set of courses during each semester, so there were no elective courses included. Yeah, and as a final ending note, I would like to encourage other people who are considering joining such triple degree programs to do it. It is a great opportunity, and you might think that there's a lot of bureaucracy and the practical matters is challenging, but the fact is that you get a lot of help from it for those things. Practical matters, for example, when I was moving to Delft during Corona times, I got a lot of help from my Dutch peers on what do you need to consider and so on. And even my friend actually, they picked us up from the airport. So that was very nice as well. So it is a great opportunity, and I would suggest to go for it. And I think that's all I have to say now. I want to thank you for your attention and also thank the organizers for having me here to have this keynote presentation. Thank you.
Hi everyone again. I hope you enjoyed the keynotes, and we would like to thank our keynotes for giving the inspiring talks, and so have a guess who it is. Yes, Lucy, this is you, and thank you very much for your words. And basically, I hope that you still remember the main message, but here it is. And thank you, Lucy, for mentioning the energy transition we are facing these days, and the role of mining industry in it, and that skilled and competent people are needed, no matter if they are young professionals or very well trained already professionals. Then the next speaker was Marta. And thank you, Marta, for your great experience, working experience, field experience you shared. That was really interesting to follow. And also thanks a lot for the statistics and all these numbers you provided. It gives a great overview of what is happening nowadays and where we can move. And the last talk was from Matti. And Matti, here you are. Welcome. Thank you for your experience. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for your curiosity and willingness to develop further with all the skills you gained during your studies. So thank you and welcome. I just want to underline shortly about small groups discussions that are starting straight after the roundtable discussions. I welcome you all to join the discussions at 5:30 1 Finnish time or 12:30 Central European time. The discussions are in Zoom. You have a link in your emails, and please join and consider sharing your opinions today on learning outcomes and program definition that we are going to discuss. So please join Zoom straight after the round table, and then we all leave for a break. So the Zoom link is available also under the YouTube video. Welcome, and I would like to open a roundtable discussion and invite Martyna Szydłowska with the other participants, and please go ahead with the discussions and enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the roundtable discussions of the workshop today. My name is Martyna Szydłowska, and I'm the CEO of Fractuscan Limited, which is a Finnish startup spin-off from university research project, where we do scanning for safety and using photogrammetry solutions to help mining industry be safer and smarter. My background is also in mining engineering, and I graduated from the European mining course a couple of years back. So I can relate very much to Matti keynote speech that was just given a couple of minutes ago. And I share the experiences also. And I have today with me 3 people on the side, Matti, and then 2 people that we didn't get to know yet, and also 3 people on the Zoom conversation. So let's start with the introductions. Fyodor, you can start.
Yes, hello, my name is Fyodor Vasilyev. I'm a specialist in modeling in simulation in Medsotatech, and I graduated 3 years ago as a Doctor of Science with distinction from LUT University of Technology. I studied hydrometallurgy. What I did during my studies was modeling and simulation of hydrometallurgical processes. And now I naturally continue in my current job with modeling and simulation of metallurgical processes in general.
Okay, great.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Sami Naumer. I graduated in the same EMC cohort as Matti just briefly and started working as a research scientist at VTT, Technical Research Institution, and my work is related to spent nuclear fuel repositories and how they're managed, but more on the geotechnical aspect. So even though that it's not directly mining after the studies, I think the background in mining can really help in that regard as well.
Great. And from the Zoom speakers, we have Lucy and Marta, who already introduced themselves, but we also have right now Natalia Kowalska from AGH University in Krakow. Natalia, maybe you can tell a little bit about yourself as well.
Yeah. Hello, Martyna. My name is, as you already mentioned, Natalia Kowalska, and I work as a research assistant at AGH in Krakow. So my background is actually environmental engineering, but now I work as a research assistant at AGH. So my academic path started after my master thesis, and also I work as a project manager based on the project which deals on the mining challenges.
Okay, great. Then that we know that we all come from the backgrounds which are related to mining industry. And we already heard that why Matti actually joined the mining industry. And what I wanted to start this round discussions with is something that Lucy mentioned, that the mining industry is perceived as quite negative, and everything associated with it, like to the larger audience, is not as straightforward. So I wanted to ask the rest of you, why actually did you choose mining? If you could briefly say why this career path and not something else. You can maybe start.
Yeah, very interesting question. My father, he is now retired, but he used to work for a mining company, for a metallurgical company, for electrometallurgical company. And so I'm the second generation metallurgist in our family. And in the city where I was born, there is a metallurgical company, and the technology was old, of course, and the company released a lot of CO2 emissions, you can imagine, and there was a problem with acid rains. And after a while, sorry for the advertisement, but the Autotech company came to my city, and they have sold some technologies to improve the situation. Mm-hmm. So now the problem with the acid rains has been solved in this particular location. And back then, I understood that maybe it is a good way to do. It is a good path for me because I wanted to make an impact, make a difference, and by working for a company who produce technologies helping people get what they need, the pure metals for modern life, and at the same time meeting with ESG standards is something good for anyone.
Yeah, so kind of similar to Matti's experience, that you wanted to combat some environmental issues, but you wanted to do it from the inside instead of just going to the obvious choice, which is some environmental science, like in the title, basically. So yeah. Sami, what about you?
Yeah, well, I did the same bachelor's as Matti, so for me it was also pretty unclear what I wanted to do in the future. But then I got into an internship at this spent nuclear fuel repository workplace here in Finland, in Eurajoki, and I got to work there. I got to see how they're doing it and got interested in it. And this was before my masters. And then there was a couple options for masters. There was one with more in geotechnics, and then there was this one with mining. And I thought that's okay. The mining, they have to deal with dangerous mining waste as well, and there's similarities in that case. And it's going to be an international program, so that's also a benefit to it. So in that regard, and I was also interested in maybe working in a mine. It was not set that I want to work in spent nuclear fuel research, for example. But then now during the studies, there was a lot of things that were related to spent nuclear fuel repositories in all the from rock mechanics to waste management, as said. And now after the studies, I wanted to still pursue the spent nuclear fuel career, but I don't know. The future is still open. It could be that I will shift to mining later, or even in this team that I'm working on, it's called nature-based solutions. So it's not only spent nuclear fuel, but that's the current geotechnical research in there. But I don't see a problem why there couldn't be some research for mining as well in the future. So
yeah, I absolutely agree, and I think that keeping an open mind, what basically Marta mentions before in her presentation, it basically keeps you open to many opportunities that you may come your way, and this adaptability is a big part of actually. It's a given when you actually join the joint studies, and I think this kind of comes with it. What about you, Lucy? Why did you join mining? I actually would like to know.
Kind of by accident, really. If you'd have told me when I was 16 or even 18 that I'd end up working in the mining industry, I don't know anybody who does. And so for me, I ended up studying geology for my undergraduate, or earth sciences, because I loved geography and I loved science, and it seemed like the perfect combination of all of those things. And it also had field trips, and that's pretty much as much thought as I put into it. And then it was only towards the end of my undergraduate degree, I did an internship with an oil and gas company, a big oil and gas company. So I spent 3 months in the summer living in London, working for them. And I remember thinking, I sat for the whole time at a computer screen, clicking on seismic lines. And I just remember thinking, I don't think this is for me. But I was really enjoying geology, and I wanted to do something that used those geological skills, but I didn't want to do a PhD. And so I ended up doing a master's at a place called the Camborne School of Mines in the UK, which was about mining geology, and it was very vocational rather than academic, if that makes sense. And I just absolutely loved it. And so, yeah, I was lucky enough to get a job doing exploration with a company called Alta Strategies as soon as I finished my master's. But it was kind of more, I ended up in the mining industry because I thought it was interesting. I liked the idea of traveling. And it's only as I have been working in the industry that actually I've realized that there is a huge opportunity to use my interest in the environment and sustainability. And actually, the industry is going to be so vital to our future. So actually now I can see that there's a really exciting career ahead of me, hopefully, in, sustainability. How do we do mining responsibly? Whereas I can't admit that I went into the industry for that reason, but as it happens, I've been granted lots of opportunities within this industry. And yeah, I now think it's a really exciting place to be.
Yeah, that's also great to mention that traveling was also actually one of the characteristics of the mining job that I thought of when I decided to join the mining studies, actually. So yeah, this is something that maybe is not that much talked about, but this is one of the things that if you like field work and if you like to travel, then, well, mining is, I think, the good field for you. What about Marta? Because you said you graduated, you started your story that you graduated with geological economy, am I right? And why did you actually end up in this field?
Yes, I was graduated as economic geologist, but what brought me there to the university and to geology was my father. My father is a geologist. When I was young, he was always showing me rocks during the travels and explaining me why this mountain is different than another one. And I found it very interesting. I always was in love with nature. So I think it was nature and my father's side, and also the technical side, the science, same as for Lucy. I always loved numbers and science and chemistry. And this what took me to the university. And next, when I choose economic geology, it was because of the finance and macroeconomics and economic geology. It was because of that. Yeah.
Okay, Thank you. So I guess we are circling back to what was said also in the keynotes right now, that you can be what you can see, right? And in this case, if you say that your father is a geologist, and that's one of the things that you basically knew that there is an opportunity out there for you to become a geologist because you knew how it works and it was kind of familiar to you. So this is another important aspect, that the role models and the importance of it, like to have it, and especially being a woman in mining industry, given that there is not many of us there. I think it's very, very important to actually highlight this, that from the young age, the girls should kind of be exposed to the opportunities that this industry creates also for them, not only for men. And we have also Natalia here. You can also tell your story.
Yes, I think I already mentioned, but to be honest, during my master thesis period, I was working in some construction company. But I was studying in the UK, and I had some internship in the closed mine. So I think it was a kind of breakout point for me. So after my master thesis, I decided to stay at AGH where I work now. So I was involved, of course, in some research projects, which is actually now the topic of my PhD thesis. But what also can be convincing for young people, and what was convincing for me was the variety of work and also the professional growth, and to be honest, the competitive salaries. So I think I was next to the right people at the right time. So also I had a great promoter. She also shaped me at the beginning of my journey, and she also is my inspiration. So beyond this mining path, I think also the people were extremely important points at the beginning of my professional career.
All right, thank you very much. So I guess that kind of sums up the question about why do young people get attracted to the mining industry at all. So there was a lot of these of combating the climate change from the inside. That could be one thing. The other thing is that there is a lot of career opportunities in very different areas of mining. It doesn't have to be the chisel in the mine. It actually can be a lot related to programming and then data science and then all sorts of technology usage for mining, especially right now in the digitalization age that we are in. And there is also this aspect of traveling and networking, getting to know people. I think this is also quite good. Okay, so the next thing that I want to ask you is, what are the most important skills that you think that the future workforce, so basically starting from us and the people who are even younger than us right now, what should they have in order to succeed and in order to kind of get going this transformation that we are having right now? Like, if you had to pick like 3 things, what would it be? Fyodor, you can start maybe.
The first thing probably would be the curiosity.
Yeah.
Then the passion and the courage.
I agree.
Because when you have them in whatever path or whatever field you choose, you will succeed.
Yeah, very well said. Sami?
No, well, I'd like to add to that it's very hard to say some skills that would be relevant from now for, let's say, for the next 20 years, because so many things change so fast. So I think just adaptability to anything new and being open-minded for trying new things and being developing skills that help you adapt these new skills in the future. I think that's very important.
Yeah, true. Matti, what about you?
Yeah, I think like the will to learn and the mindset that you are going to a working career, for example, that you start off with continuous growth and development, that because I don't know what skills would you need in 10 years time, but you can always learn skills, and if you have the right mindset to do it. So.
Yeah, that's true. Natalia, what's your input on the most important skills for the future workforce?
I would say agile working and this digital interaction skills, from my perspective, is the core. I think we can see the best example and let's say the first shock of this after the passing year when the COVID-19 pandemic disturbed labor markets, and in the short term consequences, millions of people lost their job and the others rapidly started working from home. So also I think the pandemic pushed the mining companies to adopt the new behaviors that are likely to stick. So agile working and digital interaction from my perspective, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. Lucy?
So I think it's already been mentioned, but adaptability is key. So being able to adapt to new ways of working, being able to adapt to new technologies, being able to adapt to new challenges. And then I think an openness, so not being stuck in your old ways. I think that's where actually the new young generation of us who are coming into the mining industry have got a real advantage, is being open to all of these new technologies and open to trying things in new ways. Whereas I think sometimes in all industries, there is always a school of thought of it's worked like this before, so we'll keep doing it like this. Whereas actually you open to new ideas, I think that's going to be help us get there a lot faster. And then finally, communication, so important. Yes, you can be very good at what you're doing, but if you can't communicate that to the rest of the team or externally, then again, things are going to be much harder.
Yeah, true. And Marta?
Actually, mine are quite the same as Lucy's. I mean, curiosity. It's this to always search and learn. The ability to adapt to the new things. The world is changing, and this brings opportunities. You always have to remember that problems and changes are bringing opportunities. And of course, communication. It's technical word, but soft skills are very important, and we have to learn how to communicate in the proper way what we need on the project, what is necessary, how to go to the point. So it's the communication, but it's very important also.
Yeah, I agree. So the organizers of today's workshop probably have full hands right now of writing down all those crucial skills that we basically have to input into this future workforce and kind of incorporate in the MEITIM project and the future joint master's program. So that kind of brings us to another question that I have on my list for today, because you mentioned the openness and the adaptability. But also Matti mentioned something that is quite important in here as well, which is the transfer of the skills. Because if you have an open mind and you go to mining industry right now, for example, then that's a big benefit. But also, how can we work with the little bit older workforce? Like how, from our perspective, how can we encourage them to transfer the skills, the really essential skills that they do have, because they've been in the industry for years before us? What can we do to make this transition and also the transfer of knowledge easier for everyone? What do you think? We can maybe start with the ladies right now. Lucy, what do you think we can do?
I think that maybe, because you're right, there's a huge, vast wealth of knowledge out there. And then there's almost been a generation gap in the mining industry because the mining industry is so cyclical. We've got people who are kind of nearing retirement age, and then there's almost a 10-year gap before the next level of people. And I think maybe mentorship could be one way to help transfer this, whether that's a mentor within your company, if it's a big company, or maybe it's a mentor within a network that you find informally, such as, you know, going to women in mining events for me has been really useful. And there's people I've connected with through going to those sort of industry networking events that have given me lots of really useful advice and been a good sounding board throughout my career so far. So yeah, I think mentoring is a really key one of the key ways that we can help that knowledge transfer.
Mm-hmm. And in your company, for example, do you have some kind of programs that already involve the mentoring?
At the moment, not officially, because we're quite a small company. It's growing very quickly. This time last year, there were 12 employees, and I think now there are 42. So it's growing very quickly. But it's not of a size yet where we've kind of got a formal progression scheme or formal mentoring scheme. But because it's a smaller company and everybody knows everybody, actually, I'm very happy to phone up the CEO and ask him a question, or one of the other directors, and they're very happy to talk with you as a friend rather than just a colleague. So it's kind of pros and cons of both. But no, there's no formal scheme at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Natalia, what do you think about that? What can you?
Well, I completely agree with Lucy, and because academia is totally different than private business. But as I mentioned before, I think the most important thing is to be the right people at the right time. So, of course, the knowledge transfer and mentoring is a core, but also I think this personal conversation shaped us and our academic mindset. So. I think at the university we are looking for some opportunities to develop the soft skills by, for instance, participating in trainings at the EU level, especially. It is, I think, also important to be involved in some research and the real social and economics challenges. So have this practical experience. That sometimes I think is overlooked in academy. So I think it allowed to shaping the competencies and skill. So my suggestion for young people, because I know that students are watching us actually, that they should look not for the managers, CEOs, and so on. They just need to or should look for the real leaders who can help them to shape at this entry level.
Yeah, I agree. So it's basically networking and the industry involvement as early as possible during the studies, maybe. Basically to get to know both of the sides. Yeah. Marta, do you have something to add to that ideas?
Yeah, I totally agree with Natalia and Lucy, and I think there should be more cooperation between universities and companies. There are some graduated programs, but there should be more, and that students could learn from senior people and for mentoring, and it's also a great opportunity for companies to catch young. Great people that in few years will be professionals, and also students can do a lot of work for these companies, like the statistical work or the work from chemical laboratories of the universities. There are many cooperation like this, but this is much less than it should be.
Mm-hmm. Guys, do you have something to add to the question how we can?
Yeah, I'd like to build a link between your previous question and this one, and also make some extension. There might be some kind of wrong impression that the soft skills they are like everything. I'd like to underline that they are important, given that there is a solid technical background in our field, in our professions, and it will also help in the transfer of knowledge, because if our superiors, if they see the solid technical background, they understand and they build trust in us, and this facilitates the transfer of knowledge. They are more willing to teach us, to help us develop as persons and as professionals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree. So basically, you really have to have the technical understanding in order to also communicate properly.
Yes, and first and foremost, the technical background first, and the soft skills, they are just very valuable additions, as we discussed yesterday. as our keynotes yesterday discussed.
Yeah, true. Sami.
Well, I'd like to add on the mentoring, not only mentoring programs, but as a very fresh entry into the workforce, is that it's very motivating to just work regularly with people who have a lot of expertise, who have been there for decades, and then when you get in the project with them and you have your own responsibility there, but you see what they are producing, how they do their work and so on. It's very motivating to see, and you can very easily learn in that case. And it also decreases the effort to ask for them for, okay, I'm now doing my work on this subject, and I know that you have been working on it for 20 years. Could you give me a quick introduction on what is the best path forward in this topic and so on? So just regularly working together with more expertise people and so on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Matti.
Yeah, I agree with Sami totally. I think that's how I've learned in my internship mainly, is that I get to do something, I get to do it a bit wrong maybe, and then I ask for help from the more experienced workers and learn that way. So not necessary maybe. Of course, mentorship programs are great if you can get into them, but not all can probably. So
yeah, I want to get back to this involvement into the industry, because that's also my experience. That there's this great thing in Finland and probably in all Nordic countries, which is called summer jobs. You're familiar with it. Mm-hmm. Me coming from Poland, we don't have this kind of opportunity. But this is great, because even like if you are on the first year of your studies and you have your holidays, you can just be like a normal employee of a mine, for example, and you go there for 2-3 months. And usually it goes in a very funny way that you are assigned to someone who is mentoring you for like 2-3 weeks, and then they go for a holiday, and then you have to do your tasks or the tasks of that person who mentored you for a couple of weeks that they are on holiday. Of course, it is on the at the beginning on like the minimum viable possibility, but still you have to do it, and you are responsible on your own. And I think this actually is something that creates a lot of new skills, and also it boosts your confidence in a way, because you have to go to the meeting and you have to sit down with those people, and they usually are very suspicious. And although it's been done for 20 years like this, and you do it like this the same way, they're like, why did you do it like this? And like, why not other way? And is there going to be something different? And you have to explain yourself, and I think it kind of like also puts you as a part of the group. And then you finish your studies after a couple of years, and already in your CV, you have experiences from a couple of mines, for example. And this helps a lot. Just also to get the perspective and keep this open mind, whether I want to end up in the mining actually. And then you finish the studies with that experience, you can make an informed decision whether this is the path for you, or you want to pivot to some related paths. So yeah, I definitely agree on that. And last but not least, about the gender balance. This is also on our agenda, and I want to get to know your opinions. Maybe we can start with the guys. Like, how, what was the ratio of the girls to the guys during the studies? And do you maybe know what was the reasons that the girls actually came to study with you? And do you think that they had a harder time than you had, for example? What do you think? We can start with Matti, maybe.
We had 2 girls in our EMC cohort, one from Germany and one from Netherlands. And well, I can't remember why they ended up in the mining sector. But I do think they had some parts more difficult in the studies as well. I can't say any examples, but
yeah, that's okay.
But yeah, I think they had some difficulties in some areas. due to biases.
Definitely.
So was it 2, and how big of a group were you?
We were 11.
11. But there was supposed to be a third one as well.
Okay.
But she would have come from, I think, Indonesia, and
Yeah.
and there was some problems with the visa or something, so it never realized that, or it didn't really start with her in time.
Fyodor, how is it in the metallurgy?
Yeah. In the St. Petersburg Mining University, where I studied as a metallurgist, I received my master from there. In my group, we actually had the majority of ladies.
Okay.
We had 20 students, out of which only 5 were male.
Okay.
But I feel and I know now that it is kind of exceptional. Also, it was an exceptional year when there were more female applicants for this study program. But currently in my team where I'm working, we have similar situation. We have 2 ladies out of 15 persons. And personally, I don't see any obstacles for the ladies to enter the mining industry, mining or metals industry, because there is a huge variety of different jobs which can be done in the mining. I think Lucy has mentioned it today.
Yeah.
Like there's a huge variety of different jobs and tasks which can be done by any person, independent of the sex. And maybe the biases is something what prevents ladies to enter this field, because usually what people think of when they think of mining, it is just some mine in a remote place. It's dirty and ugly, but it's not.
Yeah.
Not always, I mean.
Yeah, that's true.
There are offices in London, Moscow, or in other big cities. In Helsinki, there are research centers. So you are still involved in the mining and metals industry, but you're working from the office doing some necessary job, some impactful job for the industry.
Yeah, that's true. So we are basically back to the perspective on mining, or the perceptive of mining, that this is not an industry which is meant for women, which is not true right now. Yeah, that's Marta. What would you like to say to that? I know you had the topic of women in mining in your presentation, but maybe some conclusion.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you well in last words. Could you repeat?
Oh yeah, the topic is about the gender balance in the mining industry, and I wanted to ask your opinion or your input. I know that you had in your keynote presentation already about women in mining, but do you have some conclusions to that? Like how does it work?
Yes, well, at the University of Science and Technology, during my studies, there were more women than men in the geological department. Okay. But as I speak now with my friends, mainly men are working in the mining industry in Poland. I mean, in the coal, women also, but I mean the statistic is better for men. Yes, women. Yeah, my women friends, some of them are working in the mining and other in another department, but also in another departments like in human resources and so on. And in Chile, this is the country where many women are working in mining, even conducing, driving big machines. They are working on projects 7x7. They are traveling alone. They are very, very brave because they are. It's a good money from this. And yes, I said before, it's showing the statistic from McKinsey studies with age and at entry level there are more women than later. Yeah, the mining industry is losing women during the pipeline, and there are many studies why this is going, and what we can do with that, what companies can do with that, what also women can do with that, how we can enforce ourselves to for better performance, to grow and to also stay in the mining industry. It's also my example. I'm not working in the mining industry now. I work in the finance. Maybe I can mix it in the future. it's a bit of more difficult for women sometimes. Yeah.
Natalia, do you want to continue?
I was curious about this McKinsey report, because also I think we have read the same report. So McKinsey also indicates that women are between 8 to 17% of global mining market in the workforce. Yeah, but just only 30% is company board. So I think there's no quick solution, of course, to keep the women in mining sector, or rather, let's say, improving women's representative. But I think because, of course, our university is dominated by men, yeah. But beyond the fundamental values such as equity or equality, from my side, diverse teams are for sure more productive. So I think everybody agrees that it also affects on financial and operational results.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned before, I was extremely lucky, and I need to emphasize that I surround myself with men with a great empathy, emotion intelligence, who had a great impact on shaping me as a young employee. So from that perspective, I was very lucky.
Great, thanks for your input. Lucy, would you like to sum up this this topic of a gender balance?
I can try. So for my undergraduate, we had 8 females and 20 males. And then for my master's, which was mining geology, we had 5 females and 20 males on the course. And for the mining engineering MSc course that was run in parallel, there were 3 females doing that course and 25 males. So it was already, by the time that we started to specialize, becoming much more male dominated in my experience. And through work, I find that generally, in my experience, you tend to get more females who are doing the environmental and social roles, and then the kind of technical geology engineering roles still are quite often male dominated. And maybe that is this perception that you've already spoken about. And, you know, maybe it is that females don't feel that they want to work in that environmentally negative industry, or maybe it is that there are fewer role models. And coming back to exactly what you said earlier, you can't be what you can't see.
Exactly.
And it's a lot harder to aspire to be something if you don't see anybody that looks like you ahead of you. It doesn't mean it's impossible. And actually, as a female, I think Natalia's just said, having male mentors and people who can help you along your career path is fantastic. You need people to champion you. But I do think that it's still not quite, we're still a long way from equality. And that McKinsey report that both Marta and Natalia have mentioned is well worth a read. And it's very interesting to see that actually it's a number of females, as you kind of move to more senior positions, a number of females dropping off. So it might be because there was a smaller pool of females at that time. So the amount of females in those positions is perhaps representative of the kind of cohort that was coming into the industry at the time. But there's still a really long way to go. So how can we make this an industry where, you know, in 20 years' time, we're not having these conversations about gender and diversity because it is much more diverse. So I think there's still a long way to go. It's an absolutely fantastic industry to be in. You know, as a female who's fairly young, who's just had my first baby, you know, I still think mining industry is a place for me. But now that I've had a child, for example, the thought of going to a field site for a few months at a time is a lot less appealing to me. So there are loads of other roles out there, but do people know about them? So
thank you very much for your input, and I do apologize for running over time, but we have very fantastic speakers today, and I think we tackled a lot of very important topics, so I hope that you forgive us. Thank you all for being here and for your input and for your time, and I hope that you enjoyed. And let's continue in the Zoom meetings. Thanks.
Welcome back to the main stage, everyone, and thank you for joining the small group discussions and having these discussions online and on campus. So this is the last session of these 2 days workshop on skills and competencies. And me, myself, I would like to welcome you. And most probably you were wondering during these 2 days, what were the pictures or the drawings that were broadcasted and streamed and showed to you. And it seems like I have an answer. But first, I would like to thank a person who helped us a lot with visualizing the event and with bringing the creativity to the event and the creativity thinking on how the things may go around. So, welcome, Satu Cousins, and she is a professional illustrator, and she helped us during these 2 days. She made very nice caricaturing drawings that you were able to see, and also she provided us with the drawings that illustrate the main idea of keynote talks. So now, to start the summary, I would like to go to these drawings and remind you a bit how was it, and also later on we a bit implement the quality of pictures and distribute it among the participants, so feel free to use them to illustrate skills, competencies, to use it in presentations or social media for your many different purposes. Remember to keep the logo, but the rest is up to you. So thank you, Satu, once again for coming and arranging this for us, and here are pictures. So the first talk of yesterday was from Beata, and she was talking about managers of the future in mining industry, and she was underlining that the engineer of the future or of the present already should have some managerial skills as well to be responsible for work and to kind of assist managers in company as well, and be self-organized and self-managed. Then it was a talk of Fabio Ferri when he was nicely describing one of the things of this digital transformation and how it may look like. But remember his words also that to make it through and to have rest during the work is done, we have to learn a lot on how to make this digital world working. So please do consider that and enjoy the picture as well. The next talk was by Sol, and she was talking about HR challenges in the mining industry of the 21st century. And that illustration shows that gap between the very experienced professionals and young professionals, and how to transport knowledge between them. And that is all for this green mining, for dealing with green mining aspects and climate change aspects. So workers are wanted, they are welcome, but then it is a question how to broadcast the experience. And now we are coming to the talks of today. So first was Lucy, and thank you, Lucy, for joining. And she was telling about geoscientists of the future, necessary skills for green mining professionals. So here you see we still have to learn the basics, and we have to be aware of them, and they should be the core of our skills, but still we can go deeper and explore more with the digital world as well. Then Marta gave her presentation and actually shared also her experience on her trip as a woman in mining. And this is the illustration. There is a place and a space for women working in mining. It's just a question of willingness and ability to do so. So welcome, so to say. And mining is a big world, so let's enjoy it. And then there was a talk by Matti, and it was his experience through an AIT label master program. So here you see that maybe one day someone, and hopefully in very few years, like 3 years, we have a student who will share the same experience about MEITIM project. And that's why we are here, all of us today. So those are many skills that we are going to develop, and we will try to develop in MEITIM. So let's go forward. And there were 2 roundtable discussions, and many things were discussed, and the summary will be also sent to you and further distributed, but it was all about the future roles of the university and the industry. It was about lack of talent, talented young professionals. It was again about why to join mining and about the appearance of mining nowadays. So a lot of things were discussed, but they were discussed with the purpose, and I will come back to it a bit later. But also there were small group discussions, and I would say that I admired it a lot. Why? Because it demonstrated that quality matters even more than quantity. We had very few people discussing things, but the dialogue established was just amazing. So thank you for that. And there are a few things I would like to mention. So there were 4 main topics: marketing and target group, teaching methods, learning outcomes, and program definition. And coming to marketing and target groups, it was discussed that we don't only have to market the program itself, but we also have to find ways to market the mining and to make an appealing picture of mining as well, and to show ways how to develop yourself in mining. Then about teaching methods, I think that here maybe we didn't come with something special, but it was underlined many times that internships are very important. Case studies, the real case studies, maybe also with industrial participants or supervisors involved, and of course trainings where people learn exact tool how to handle ideas, how to make prototypes, how to collect opinions. So all these small skills that can be developed via trainings. Then if we come to learning outcomes very shortly, because those discussions were just 5 minutes ago, still ongoing. About learning outcomes, it was mentioned a part of all what has been discussed during these 2 days. What else was mentioned? That we have to teach students the basics of research and interpretation of scientific results as well. So not only with this hardcore technical stuff, but with state of the art and how to manage it. And then there should be an ability developed to use or to learn how to use programs and software. So maybe it can happen that when you enter the industry, the mining industry or any industry, you don't know how to use some specific software, but you as a professional have to have these capabilities and skills to learn fast how to use the program or how to use the software. And program definition is a bit complicated because we have to start with the mining and its state nowadays, but still one thing that I liked very much was this strategic planning of work, so that we and what we try to do in MEITIM, that we don't only see on the picture of today, but we kind of foresee the picture of 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead, and maybe even more. So that was it shortly, but of course in more details we will come back to you, so check your correspondence, and please feel free to contact us for more details and comments. And the last but not the least, I already thanked Satu Cousin a lot for helping us with the visualization of our program. And I think, I don't know your opinion yet, but I believe that it was just amazing. And also I would like to thank the organizing committee and if I only can do, of course, it on behalf of the audience as well, and on behalf of people who are online. So I would like to thank Magdalena Worsa-Kozak from Wrocław University, and Juan Herrera Herbert from Madrid Polytechnical University. So, and me myself, if I only can do so. But thank you, Maria, as well, and thanks to LUT that it brings us the possibility to come and to join. And also I would like to thank people who helped us during these 2 days and made it possible for everyone to enjoy the online streaming, and also to enjoy all these installations and video making actions here in the room. So Medialogos, the streaming company who helped us, so we appreciate, welcome, and that was great job. Thank you a lot. And the last but not the least, I would like to thank EIT RawMaterials for supporting and funding such projects, and why we had all these 2 days and why we had all these discussions. We will consider all the opinions, views, ideas, and we will act in MEITIM project as we did a year ago. So thank you for sharing, thank you for coming. We are ready for actions, and we will do it. So see you in 1 year, hopefully, all of you and many more people. So thank you. It was our pleasure to meet you online and here at LUT University. Thank you. Bye.